alive. Yes, we were born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born. Yes, we were born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born to be alive. Born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born, born to be alive.
Doop doop dibbity doo doo. Doop doop dibbity doo doo. It's a dip dip dibbity doo doo kind of day. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Feel me? You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I am saying? Alrighty. Alrighty. Who's ready to get down to business? Who's ready? Show of hands. Who's ready? Are you ready? Just give me a sign. Give me a sign. Give me a nod. Give me a wave. Give me something. Ready? Okay. Just needed to double check. I didn't want to get started if you weren't ready. You know, I didn't want to jump the gun. Is anybody not ready? Does anybody need more time? Anybody not ready? It's like, it hasn't been long enough. It's only been 25 minutes of intro screen. We need to wait a little longer. See, Cutie Chicks just got here. See, that was perfect timing. We were waiting for you. That's why we're just now starting. We were waiting for you. So we're ready. We're ready to party. I remember teething and chewing on the corner of the wall, eating paint chips. Interesting. Normally people don't remember that young in their life. Normally when it comes to like early memories, you might have a couple, but they're normally just like little flashes of memory. Like you're still coming online. You're still coming online. All right. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome. How you doing today? How you doing today? You hanging in there? You doing all right? don't recommend eating the wall. I don't recommend it. It doesn't taste good. Here for the beard. The beard's here for you. All right. Let's take a moment. Just go ahead and hop over here real quick. All right. Let's take a quick moment. Bust out the old wheel. Let's go ahead and bust out the old wheel. Truman Show over at my house, 24/7 connection disconnected. You feeling okay? You feeling okay, Vatty Woo? You feeling alright? I feel like my emotions are just below the surface today and really coming up. I'm sentimental and humble, and I have felt a bit sad for people of the past. I've been watching Ancestry Discoveries by random people. Lol IDK. Something was pointed out to me, and it really is just a very, like, millennial thing to just be like, here's this terrible thing that happened to me. Lol. Like, here I go being depressed again. LOL. I have a date on Friday, and I fully expect more trauma from men. Or, because here's the thing, if you're primed for these types of feelings, and this doesn't just go for trauma, this also goes for anxiety, depression. If you go into a situation expecting it, you will find it. It's hypervigilance, which is a symptom of what's hypervigilance a symptom of? Tell me. Tell me. Trauma, correct. Ding, ding, ding. Round of applause. You got it right. It's okay to let your guard down. You don't need to be on guard 24/7. You don't have to live in the watchtower. That's a good one. That's a good one. I should write that down. I'm not gonna write it down, but I will acknowledge that it's something that I could and or should write down. Casey Tron, thank you for subscribing for 21 months. Thanks, babe. How's it going out in the kitchen? Only a tier 1. She just wants the emotes. She wants the emotes, what can I say? I mean, you're a tier 1, so... I'm not judging. I'm not gonna tier shame. I'm not gonna tier shame nobody. But that being said, let's see. How else are we feeling? How else are we feeling? I'm feeling proud that I got all my deadlines done in time. I missed some last week. Whoops. Hey, we've all done it. That's one of my favorite lines to just. That's one of my favorite coping techniques, is just be like, we've all done it. We've all done it. Like, yeah, I got depressed for a couple of years and I fell out of contact with all my friends and family. Yeah, we've all been there. It's a way to help normalize those feelings. We've all done it. I'm an unsubbed scum. Sorry. Well, maybe somebody will feel nice, and maybe somebody will feel generous, and they'll help you out. You know, maybe. Maybe. Satisfied? Nice. Nice. Any grifters? Just me, I'm afraid. Just me, I'm afraid. All right. We had a question in the box, and I want to get to it real quick, because this is something I actually want to discuss for a few minutes. Should drugs be legalized? Should drugs be legalized? No. Fatty Woo says no. Alright. Let me just say something. As a former substance abuse counselor, as someone who has experience working with dual diagnosis patients, meaning people who have a coexisting mental health disorder and a substance abuse addiction, my answer to this is yes, and let me tell you why. Because even though drugs are dangerous and drugs are scary, when drugs are illegal, when drugs are prohibited under the Controlled Substances Act, what this means is we can't do research, we can't have access to the proper resources we need to actually treat those conditions, and so the damage that is done is actually far worse. Also, what ends up happening is you end up putting people in prison for an illness. Because drug addiction is an illness, and the way that we treat it in this country, by and large, is incarceration, which doesn't really help anybody. But let me elaborate further. And let me give you a tale. Let me give you a tale of two different places that experimented with drug decriminalization. One is the state of Oregon in the United States. And if you're familiar with that, you probably know that they actually rolled it back. They were like, oh yeah, this wasn't really going to work for us. And so they rolled it back. Another example would be the country of Portugal in Europe. So let me break down the difference for you. The main difference here between Oregon and Portugal was that Oregon brought out drug decriminalization without the proper infrastructure, without the proper resources to actually make it successful. They approached it from a standpoint of, let's decriminalize and then we'll deal with it after the fact. Portugal, on the other hand, who has a much more successful drug decriminalization, their rate of heroin use is a quarter of what it was. Portugal used to be referred to as the heroin capital of Europe. In 2018, it was down to a quarter of what it once was. Drug infections from infected needles and unhealthy using declined 90%. The cost per citizen of the program amounted to less than $10 a citizen per year. While to compare, the US, who they spent well over $1 trillion in that same amount of time. And so it actually saved them money. Because treating someone for a drug addiction is actually cheaper than incarcerating them for many years for a drug addiction. So the people will look at Oregon and say, oh, drug decriminalization is a failure. It doesn't work. And I will say, yes, if it doesn't have the proper infrastructure and planning. And because Portugal spent years prior to decriminalization preparing for it, getting a system in place, getting resources in place to actually do it. Whereas it's Oregon. You know Oregon? I think Oregon just thought they could get by on good vibes and good intentions. So in Oregon, they rolled back their drug decriminalization. Part of this also has to do with the fact that opioid use is still on the rise, and then you have new drugs available, such as fentanyl, that weren't around, or at least, they did exist, but they weren't being abused to the extent that they are today, like not even nearly. But to compare, let's look at what Portugal did. Broke it down into steps. We've got organization. We're moving it from the court system to a commission made of professional technical experts, drug abuse professionals, mobile teams to provide care to addicts on the street. They left it up to these professionals to determine how to help these individuals rather than law enforcement officers. And so, meanwhile, in places like Oregon, it was more like, well, I see you using drugs on the street, so I'm just going to not arrest you. Didn't Oregon stop funding some of those injection clinics around the same time? I could be thinking of Cali. I wouldn't know. I'd have to look it up. It's also important to remind people that decriminalization actually encourages addicts to seek treatment. Because if drugs are illegal, it actually makes you not want to seek treatment because you're afraid. Well, it's like, okay, well, if I go somewhere and I have drugs on me, or if I have drugs in my system, what are they going to do? You know what I mean? And so it helps to destigmatize, and it also helps to reclassify addiction as an illness rather than addiction is a crime. And so the reason why Portugal was successful and Oregon wasn't was because they put a lot of work into it ahead of time. They spent years preparing and, you know, acclimating themselves to making this decision, whereas, you know, Oregon, it's like let's just we'll let the good vibes carry us through. It's just like chill, you know what I mean? Portland, it's Oregon. As it turns out, we can't sustain solely on good vibes. You also need infrastructure. You also need planning, and you need trained professionals. And I'm not saying Oregon didn't have those, but what I'm saying is they didn't have nearly the amount or the coordination that they needed to actually make it effective, especially in the age of fentanyl. Cup. It's my secret. I'll never tell. If you had to guess, what do you think it is? Give you a hint. It's the same thing I'd been drinking every day. Arrest the dealers, not the users. You're right, I think we should arrest a lot of these pharmaceutical reps. I agree. You want to talk about the opioid epidemic? We can talk about the opioid epidemic. I feel like there has been a vast over-reliance on opioid drugs or narcotic drugs as a way of managing pain. Why is that? Is it because we want to get people hooked on it? Is it because we want to get people dependent on it? Or is it because the alternatives are more time consuming? Is it because the alternatives are more expensive? Is it cheaper to just, you know, if somebody has a knee injury, is it cheaper to just give them a prescription for oxycodone, or to actually have them do like physical therapy and to, you know, actually utilize their body's healing processes so they don't have to be in chronic pain? Is it because we as Americans have been conditioned to, you know, like we're a country of fast food eating, you know, I want it now kind of people. And so I'm not trying to fault the people. I'm not. But that is kind of reflected in our culture that we're like, I want results. I want them now. I don't want to wait. Which came from Sean's channel, and I need therapy for making us watch Asmin. That's a good question. How many people do you think watch streamers like that? so that they can normalize and rationalize their own mental illness. Like, how many people live in disgusting roach-infested homes, but they look at somebody's stream who is worse, and they're like, well, I'm not that bad, so I feel better by comparison. Let me just say, if I found out people were watching me so that they could feel better about their lives vicariously because of how like how terrible my living conditions are, I wouldn't feel very good. I wouldn't feel very good about myself. Sean, yeah, Sean's a cool guy. I met him at TwitchCon. He's a nice fella. He's a good guy. You know, let me just say, it's easy to watch people who are mentally ill and to criticize them. Like, oh, they have terrible takes. They have terrible takes on women. They have terrible takes on politics. They have terrible takes on personal hygiene. But if possible, I'd rather, you know, try to help this person. You know? I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. I'm so far left, I'm right. I don't know. I don't get it. I feel like with the nature of human beings, it's like if you want any belief system, any ideology to be normalized and to be widespread, it does rely on a certain degree of, you know, authority in order to enforce it. And so that's where I find myself pondering. Where I find myself pondering, like, how do I reach these keys? Hemp is supposed to be our clothes. You know? You're not wrong. Not even to sound like a hippie, but the thing about hemp is that it's literally a weed. It is super easy to grow, and it can be used for many different things. But that's kind of hard to make a lot of money off of. Horseshoe theory is pretty shit. Yeah, I agree. I agree. libertarians are just Republicans who are too ashamed to admit it. That's what I've come to notice, is that people who identify as libertarians, it's just like... Like, I don't want to be associated with those idiots. Also, my first question for anybody who identifies as libertarian is, what is your stance on the age of consent? This is news for me. Historically speaking, libertarians tend to have a pretty offensive take on age of consent laws. They would tell you that enforcing an age of consent violates a person's civil liberties. So if they want to marry a 14-year-old, they should be able to, because that's my civil liberty. Kind of gross. That's why American libertarians are cringe. I mean, that's just one reason. Hello? Hey, how's it going? I don't know what libertarians are like there in the Midwest. I don't even know any here. I'm just basing this off of things I've heard other libertarians say from wherever they're from. Here, this isn't the Midwest, this is Arizona. An Arizona Senate debate, and this was in 2022, sparked controversy after Libertarian Party candidate argued that the age of consent should be up for a vote. He said the age of consent for sex is one of those questions where reasonable people can disagree. I think we should raise it. I think we should raise it to 25. I think we should raise it. I think it's not high enough. Like, we know for a fact that people's brains aren't fully developed until they're about 25 years old. Their prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed, and they lack the executive functioning until they're around 25. And so isn't it convenient that we allow people who are very impressionable and who lack these critical thinking skills to be recruited for the military? I think they should reverse it. I think they should only allow old people to fight in the military. I feel like you should have to be over 50 to be enlisted. Then we'll see if they're so eager to fight. These old-ass politicians sending young people off to fight and die so that they can profit. Like, let's see how you like it. I know that a lot of my policy stances aren't exactly realistic or helpful, but I base a lot of my policy decisions based on whether or not I find them to be funny. Like, I think it would be really funny if you only allowed people to join the military if they were over the age of 50. I just think it would be funny. Yeah, you have to be 21 to buy alcohol in the United States. Kind of a random number, isn't it? It's like it's older than 18, but it's just kind of like, like why not 20? Like, I don't know, that doesn't feel right. 21? It's just kind of like, huh? I don't, like, what? Does that apply to everywhere? Yup. Isn't the age of consent literally 14 in some 8 states still? You're gonna make me Google this? You're gonna make me Google it, aren't you? Alright, well, I'm doing it in an incognito window. I don't need this in my search history. I don't need this in my search history. It looks like at a glance the lowest is 16. I don't see anything below 16, which is still just like creepy. Like, have you met a 16-year-old? Have you ever encountered a 16-year-old? Have you ever sat down and had a conversation with a 16-year-old? Viewing a 16-year-old as like a potential sex partner is fucking gross. Like, you look at a 16-year-old and your instinct should be, I want to protect this person from all of the dangers of the world. I want to, you know, help guide and educate them and protect them from how terrible things are. Not, I want to fuck them. It's gross. It's gross. Also, it's kind of interesting that a lot of states that, Huh. I'm an age of consent radicalist. I think it should be older. I think it should be I think it should be illegal until after 25. I'm a radical. Now, am I being completely genuine? Probably not. I just feel like after the age of like 20, after you hit the age of like 20, it's like you shouldn't be like 20 and like 18. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. 20 and 21 and 19. Okay, sure. 23 and 18. You should be investigated. Whenever we had somebody write in as a questioner and they were like, oh yeah, I'm 18 or 19 and I'm dating like a 23-year-old, I'm like, I'm not going to come out and call him a predator, but it is a predatory behavior. You know, I calls him like I sees him. I feel like anybody who tries to, you know, form a partnership with somebody who has an underdeveloped brain should be held to a higher sense of scrutiny. Just wild how normalized this has been throughout history. Yeah. Remember that? There was a scene in a Transformers movie, and it was really fucking bizarre and really fucking creepy. It had Mark Wahlberg in it, and Mark Wahlberg had some teenage daughter, and her teenage daughter was dating like a guy who was like slightly older than her, and he was calling him out about it, and he was like, well, actually, Romeo and Juliet laws, and then he pulls out like a laminated card from his wallet and shows it to him. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about? This was in a movie. Why is there a scene about the age of consent? Why is there a scene about the age of consent in Transformers: Age of Extinction? There's a scene where Jack Reynolds' Shane explains to Mark Wahlberg that it is legal for the former to date/sleep with the latter's daughter. In the movie, Shane is 20 and his daughter is 17. Apparently there's a specific law called the Romeo and Juliet law that applies to the situation. But not only does he mention it, he pulls a card out of his wallet and shows it to Mark Wahlberg. And he says, no, man, it's okay. It's okay that I have sex with your daughter even though I'm 20 and she's 17. I have a card that explains it to you. See? This is a shot from the movie. This is a shot from the movie. Step away for 1 second. I was explaining for this scene from the 2014 movie Transformers: Age of Extinction, starring Mark Wahlberg. His 17-year-old daughter is dating a 20-year-old, and part of the movie is the guy explaining to Mark Wahlberg that it's okay that he's doinking his daughter because of this law that exists under Texas statutes. And he has a card that has the law on it, and he shows it to the dad. This is clown world. Yikes, but how are libertarians to blame? I never said that. I never said that. I didn't say that. I didn't say it. I'm just saying it's weird. Alright, I don't want to get DMCA'd for showing this stupid fucking clip, so let me just fast forward to this part.
Statute 2705-3.
What? Texas statute? That a real law?
Yep.
Romeo and Juliet, huh? You know how those two ended up?
Love.
Dead. Do your parents know about this? Is your dad okay with you dating a 17-year-old girl?
He took off when I was 5, but if I ever bump into him, I'll ask him.
There's a reason we're all saying the same thing. No, we all got together and made it up. We all got together and we colluded and we said, we're all gonna fuck with Gamer Zombie today and we're all gonna make something up that isn't real. I was like, no. There's a reason why we've all heard of it, and there's a reason why we're all familiar with this trope. I still think you made it up. Yep. You caught me. You caught me. I made it up just to fuck with you. Libertarians are actually great people. Name one. I just feel like libertarianism kind of stems from, like, daddy issues. It's like, I don't like it when people tell me what to do. That makes me feel invalidated. It violates my civil liberties. I want to stay out late. I want to stay up all night playing video games. Nobody can tell me I can't, 'cause that's my God-given right. Hey, No Brain, how you doing? Less government. I think we should all be government. I think I think we should all be. We should all be on the payroll. You're telling me I gotta vote? You should pay me. You're telling me I gotta get up out of my house and go do something so that your government system can operate? I should get paid for that. Hey, Dub Comet, thank you for the 10 months. Universe, but UBI is kind of like being on the government payroll, and that's what I'm talking about. I support UBI. I feel like if there is a system that exists that requires you to have a currency in order to participate in that system, they should at least give you some coin to allow you to do that. Like, even casinos know to do that. They're like, hey, come and gamble at our casino. Sign up for our rewards program, and we'll give you $10. Yeah, my disagreement. Okay, so beyond the whole like age of consent thing, which, you know, clearly fucked up. My main disagreement with libertarians is like they're like, oh, we got to support the free market. You know, just like why not have, you know, a sports team sponsor the building of a bridge? Why not have a cell phone company, you know, maintain our roads? And, you know, just, if it's like, that path will lead to the lowest bidder getting the contract every time, because that is how things currently exist. Is like, just look at how the government operates its contracts. It's like, well, who can do this job for the cheapest? And it's just going to result in an overall decline in quality. I don't trust corporations to do the right thing. Corporations only have an incentive to please their shareholders. The answer is somewhere in the middle. Absolute government control, but with unregulated free zones where people can go and be freaks. Somewhere in the middle. Didn't Donald Trump literally suggest a purge the other day? Didn't he literally suggest that we have like a purge day? That actually happened. Doesn't sound fun, but just for the cops. But just for the cops. Yeah, he basically called for a day where the cops get to be as mean as they want to. It's like, I don't know, maybe we should just let them. Right? It's like, that is already a thing for cops. And it's like, that's why we don't like cops, is because good cops protect bad cops. Are you friends with any cops? No, because you're probably not a cop. If you were a cop, all of your friends would be cops, because cops hang out with other cops. What if a cop hated Trump? He'd probably have to be quiet about it. They'd probably have to keep it to themselves. Hello, Joshua, I am gay. Hello, gay. I'm Joshua. Is this the same person just repeatedly coming out? I'd like to think it's somebody new. Called in today. Sometimes you just need a day off. Every stream, one new gay. Is that what I'm doing to people? Every time I hit go live, somebody turns gay. I came out as ace and you didn't congratulate me? Congratulations. Remind me, when was it illegal to be asexual? When was it when have people ever been you know, lynched for being asexual? Isn't it interesting how much the public perspective has changed on like coming out at all? I feel like a lot of people, depending on where you live, at least, it's just like I've met people who were like, I didn't even really have to come out. Like people just kind of knew. Haven't called in once since I started, but I needed a day. It's the first time in 6 months. Well, you earned it. You earned it. Nothing wrong with taking a day. Unless you're trans. I would say that that's... like, coming out as trans is definitely... like... it's not the same as coming out as gay. I would even say that, like, even coming out as, like, you have to consider, like, the cultural perspective and how seriously people will take people whenever they do come out as a certain identity. Because if a guy comes out and he says, I'm gay, then people are gonna probably take him very seriously. Whereas if a guy comes out and he says, I'm bisexual, they're going to be like, actually, you're probably just gay. If a woman comes out as a lesbian, they'll probably be like, okay, yeah, probably. But if a woman comes out as bisexual, they're probably just be like, I don't know. I think you're wrong about that. So there's a lot of, like, people not taking other people seriously when it comes to their sexual identity, and it kind of varies depending on what it is that you are coming out as. And I feel like a lot of it is tied into the fact that society has a hard time taking women seriously, even regarding their own identity. Like, you see a lot of it directed towards women. Like, if a woman comes out as bisexual, they're probably just like, I don't know. If a woman comes out as lesbian, they're probably like, I don't know. They're probably actually bisexual. And it's like, we just can't take people seriously, can we? And I feel like women tend to get the worst of it. Like, when people come out as bisexual, people are more likely to be like, I don't know, I think you're just confused. Like, is it so hard to just believe people instead of, like, assuming that we know better about how someone considers themselves and how someone views themselves than they do? You feel guilty about taking a day off? Would it help if I told you that you shouldn't? And that taking a day off is actually based? You had a bisexual boyfriend, you felt like he might be more into guys. And I feel like that's not unusual for people who do identify as either bisexual or pansexual, is that your preferences tend not to be evenly split down the middle. Most people tend to lean maybe slightly more in one way than the other. And that's totally normal. And this kind of ties into why I'm not so big on labels in the first place, is because when you assign a label to yourself, people are going to make assumptions of you based on what their understanding of that label is. And so if you tell somebody that you're bisexual or pansexual or gay or lesbian, they're going to make an assumption based on what their understanding of that is. Like, how could you be a lesbian? You've had sex with men before. It's like, how can you be bisexual? You've only had sex with men. How do you feel about trisexuals? As in, try it and see if you like it. All right, we've got some questions ready to go. Let's get down to business, shall we? I feel like everything around me is falling apart. I tried to go to a school psychologist this Monday for a problem I have with schoolwork, where I reread the same thing a million times and can never get past the first page. And I had to rewrite shit a million times. She told me I managed to get this far, so what did I do? And I couldn't tell her I cheated. I think maybe what might be helpful is a change in strategy. Because I identify with not being able to just sit there and like read the whole thing through. That was never me in school. Whenever I had to like read from a textbook, I would never be able to just sit there and just read paragraph after paragraph. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. What I found to be more helpful is to figure out what is it that this paragraph is trying to get me to understand. What is the main takeaway from this? And then to just write it down as a little bullet point. Just get the main idea. And then move on to the next one. The next bullet point. What is the next thing that it is trying to convey to me in so many words? How can I condense that and simplify it so that it works better for me? So maybe looking at schoolwork rather than like I need to comprehend this and I need to understand this, you're trying to translate it into something that works better for you. Because just reading it over and over isn't really incorporating it into your memory. I would just take it one paragraph at a time and be like, what is this paragraph trying to teach me? Summarize it. One little sentence, one little bullet point, just a few words maybe. You know what I would also do is I would just look on the page for it's like, what are the key terms and phrases? Because most often, like, textbooks will have, like, here are the key phrases that you need to learn. Like, here are the key concepts. I'm like, okay, cool. Write those down. Understand those. It's like I need to reread and read until it feels right. It's like I'm afraid to forget what I read. you will forget more things than you will ever remember. And so it's not about remembering every single thing. It's about figuring out what is worth remembering out of all of the information that is presented to you. Like anything I deem important, I can't do it. Same with audiobooks. I have to re-listen a million times until it feels right. How about this? Give this a try. Give this a try. As you read it, don't just read it with your eyes. Read it with your mouth. Read it out loud to yourself in your head. Read it to yourself. What I found is, like, if I'm listening to an audiobook, what helps me from getting distracted from that audiobook and feel like I'm not taking it in is I will recite whatever the audiobook says again in my mind, because the part of your brain that hears sound and interprets sound is a different part of your brain than the one that creates speech, the part that turns sound into meaning. And so I'm using both parts of my brain to understand it better. And so while I'm listening to an audiobook, there's a part of my brain where I'm repeating whatever it is that the book is saying to me. So now I'm using two parts of my brain to process this instead of just one part of my brain to process this. Like something inside when I read it telling me to go back like it wasn't right. And that's anxiety. And that's anxiety. Try reading along with it. Like if you're reading an audiobook or you're reading from a book, instead of just reading it, like read it out loud to yourself. That will incorporate different parts of your brain and it will facilitate a deeper level of processing than just reading it with your eyes or listening to it with your ears. I've noticed this whenever I listen to audiobooks. It's like I'll be listening and I'll be comprehending, but then my thoughts will be like, oh wow, that was really cool what just happened. Oh yeah, by the way, I should figure out what I want to make for dinner tonight. I'm like, I'm trying to listen. But what I found helps me pay attention is while I'm listening to the audiobook and they're saying words, I am repeating it to myself in my mind. I am using another part of my brain to help facilitate processing within my brain. What I would recommend is also trying to challenge that part of your mind instead of just capitulating to that part of your mind and saying, you know what, I was right, it wasn't right, I do need to go back. Before you do go back, be like, hold on, what was it that I just read? What was it that I just read? What is it that I'm trying to take away from this? And then if you have to go back and check, go back and check. But I feel like part of what this is about is building up self-efficacy, believing in your own ability to achieve a task or to do a thing. I feel like a failure to all those around me all the time. I want so much, but have no motivation. So how do we build that motivation? How do we build that motivation? Let's take a real look at this. How do we feel more motivated? What is it that you want? What is it that you're looking for? And what is the first step in achieving that thing? You're not a failure until you give up, all right? So as long as you're still willing to try, as long as you're still willing to fight, as long as you're still willing to keep going, you haven't failed yet. So don't give up. Keep going. Figure out what your next step is. You want something in life? What is the first step in making that happen? Even if that first step is just I have to get out of bed. Even if that first step is I gotta go take a shower. I gotta put clothes on. Whatever that step might be, figure it out. Nobody can make you take that first step except for you. But in taking that first step, it helps you to build momentum. And momentum is what really fuels our motivation. Because we see, okay, I am doing it. I can do this. I'm getting momentum. The hardest step is always the first step, but the most important step is always the next step. So it's your life, and there are things that you want. Fight for them. Fight for them. Instead of fighting with yourself. Instead of beating yourself up. Instead of putting yourself down. What might be helpful is a little bit of visualization. What would it feel like if I did that thing? What would I feel like if I did that thing? How would it make me feel? It can help us to feel more motivated, and it can help us to feel more incentivized to actually do that thing. I would like for you to believe in yourself, but I understand that it's not so easy to do that, especially in the beginning. So believe in the me that believes in you. If there's anything we can do to help, we'll be here. We want to see you happy. We want to see you successful. But in the end, it's going to be you who makes that happen. We can light the way, but you got to take the steps. You know what I mean? What advice would you give to someone who is struggling with depression to reach back to their friends? I miss and love them, and I'm thankful for them, and I'm just struggling to find a way to after I've been isolated for so many months. Thank you. Alright, I'll show you. It's this easy. You see this? You see this right here? Tell them that. That's all you gotta do. In your own words. Okay, let me talk about this for a minute. One of the things that people often feel whenever they are coming out of a depression is they feel like they have to go on what I like to refer to as the apology tour. You have to go around to all of the people that you used to talk to, all your friends and family and the people that you used to be engaged with, and you have to be like, I'm sorry that I haven't been around. I'm sorry I was depressed. I'm sorry that I missed your birthday party. And that's a lot to expect of yourself, and it's a lot of guilt and shame that isn't really serving you. And so if you love somebody, if you miss somebody, if you're thankful that they're in your life, just tell them. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. If and you only have to tell them as much as you feel comfortable telling them. You don't have to be like, I was so depressed and I was cutting everybody else out and I was isolating myself. It could be as simple as, hey, it's been a while since we talked. I hope you're doing well. I miss talking to you. We should catch up sometime. I feel like one of the things that people struggle with when they're re-engaging after a depressive episode is they feel this need to like over-explain themselves. Like, hey, I'm so sorry that I haven't talked to you in months. Here's all of the reasons why I haven't talked to you. Like, you can give it time. You can, sit down and have a conversation and talk about how you've been feeling. But as far as just re-engaging, sometimes it's best to just keep it simple. Hey, I miss talking to you. It's been a while. How have you been? And I understand why it feels that way. Like, whenever we do re-engage, we feel like we have to say everything it is that we want to say. Like, oh, I love you, I miss you, I'm thankful that you're in my life, I've been struggling, I've been isolated. And that's because we are trying to open the door back up and we're worried about the door closing again. And so we want to make sure that we tell them everything that we want to tell them in case we don't talk to them again for a while. I feel like I gotta get it all out. I gotta tell them everything. Because I don't know how long it'll be until we talk again. But if you're trying to re-engage with them, then it's okay to give it time to talk about these things. It's okay to start off with, hey, I miss you. I hope you're doing alright. We should catch up sometime. Hope things have been going well for you. I feel like a big thing is that people just overthink it. More often than not, you will find that you will be able to pick things up where you left off as if no time has passed at all. I found that that is more often than not the case when it comes to re-engaging with friends or family or whoever it is that you feel like you've been isolated from. Can we get an accountability room in the Discord? I really struggle with ADHD and getting anything done, and I just need some accountability, and I don't think my will alone right now is going to help me to get it done, and I don't have enough money right now for a therapist. You know what? That's a great idea. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. It's a great idea. I'm going to go to the Discord. I'm going to make a new channel. We'll make a new text channel, and this will be Accountability Buddies. Did I spell that right? Did I spell? Yeah, that's right. Accountability Buddies. Edit channel. Let's give it a topic. Have a goal that you are working towards. Want some help in staying accountable? This is the place for you. Done. Accountability Buddies. I'll put it up here. I'll put it right here. Perfect. We should have a channel where we post our daily wins too. All channels are good channels for a win. There's no wrong place to post a win. We've all got there's room for your W's in any channel. No, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Accountability buddies. What happens to my brain when I'm high? You want to talk about the specific mechanisms? Like what's actually going on in your brain? Or do you want to talk more about how it actually feels? To describe how it feels when you're high is it makes your thoughts less sticky. It makes things looser. It's much easier to forget things. Like, what was I just doing? What was I just talking about? And if you try to remember it, or if you try to, find your train of thought, you kind of can't, because you're kind of just stuck going with the flow. And this is kind of why people get anxious when they're high, is because you're like, oh, I was just thinking about something, but now I can't remember what it was I was just thinking about, and no matter how hard I try, I can't remember. When you're high, it affects your ability to make new memories. Your short-term memory basically goes out the window whenever you're high. But how does it affect the brain? Let's look at this cute little picture. So you have receptors for cannabinoids all over your brain, which is why it creates a wide number of different effects. Let's take a look at the different structures of your brain and how it affects them. First off, the cerebral cortex. This is the part where memory and thinking occurs, and cannabis affects your short-term memory. Your amygdala, which is the part of your brain that produces, anxiety or fear. It ties into a lot of your emotions. And so what we'll notice is that people will either be more relaxed or they will feel more anxious whenever they are high. It also affects your hippocampus. This is where your memories are stored, your long-term memories. It also affects your brain. It says brain system. It should say brain stem. Whoever wrote this, they were like translating it, and it's not in. It's like mistranslated. Let me find a better one. Here we go. Your brain stem. This is part of the reason why people will experience like pain relief when they smoke weed. It'll also affect your coordination and your motor control. This is why people will have a slower reaction time. It also affects your hypothalamus, which increases your appetite. This is why people get the munchies. It also affects a part of your brain known as the ventral striatum, which is associated with your reward system. It's part of your dopamine pathways. And so this is why things feel more rewarding when you're high. Like you eat something and you're like, oh my god, this tastes so good. Or you watch something and you're like, oh my god, this is so funny. So, your brain has receptors for cannabinoids all over the place, and it affects multiple different parts of your brain, and so that's how it works in your brain. Any questions? That's what happens to your brain when you're high. The more you know. I have so many things to do in a short amount of time. I hope I got to this question in time. Finish my exam, make a physical copy of a lab like step-by-step 50-page kind of thing, wash my sheets, clean my dorm, do a lab report, learn chemistry in 7 days. How do I calm down? Because I do know that eventually I'll get these things done, but somehow my brain won't allow me to relax. It's because your brain is trying to motivate you to do stuff. First off, just breathe. Breathe. Breathe like a relaxed person breathes. How would you breathe if you were really relaxed? How would you breathe if you were very relaxed? What would that look like? In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Breathing is the key to hijacking this type of part of your brain that feels like I can't relax. If you breathe in a relaxed way, it sends signals to the rest of your body. It sends it to your heart. It'll lower your heart rate. You'll feel physically relaxed. And when you feel physically relaxed, it becomes easier to mentally relax. I need to meditate more, and that's why you're going to do it today. That's why you're going to take 5 to 10 minutes to do it today, because you mean it. So what time would you like to do it? All right, so here's what I would recommend. First off, nice, calm, deep, relaxed breaths. You have a lot of things to do, and you know that you're going to get them all done. So what I would recommend is figuring out which one you want to start doing first. Where do you want to get started? Do you want to start with something hard and get that out of the way? There's validity in that approach. Start with the hard task and get it out of the way. There's also validity in doing the opposite, starting with something easier so that you can, start to gain some momentum. Whenever you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, return to your breath. I get it. Like, telling yourself to just breathe, it sounds silly. I get it. I used to be that type of person, be like, just breathe. Okay, whatever, that's not helpful. But it is helpful. It's just something you practice. And it really does work. People have been doing it for thousands of years as a way to find inner peace and calm. You got 7 days, and I feel like some of these things you could get done today, and then the rest you can save for later. Why does breathing work? I'll tell you. Your brain will give you a reward whenever you do something that is good for you. Breathing is good for you because you need to do it to live. And so by doing focused, slow, controlled breathing, it uses a technique that we refer to as biofeedback. Your brain looks to your body to determine how to feel. And if your body is sending signals to your brain that you are relaxed, it will create more feelings of relaxation within you. Let me find something. Let me find a little clip. There's a technique that's referred to as the physiological sigh. And it works to help reduce stress right now. And that's normally something that we struggle with is I'm dealing with stress and I'm dealing with anxiety in this moment. And so just coming up with like, oh yeah, let's come up with some techniques, let's come up with some priorities, let's incorporate new healthy coping strategies. It's like, okay, that's kind of off in the future and that's not really helping me right here, right now. So why does it work? You don't have to take my word for it. Here's Dr. Andrew Huberman. He is the head of the psychology department at Stanford.
Billions of people suffer from stress. A physiological sigh is a pattern of breathing that involves 2 inhales followed by an extended exhale. Now, you can do physiological sighs voluntarily anytime you're feeling too stressed and you want to feel more calm. You do it like this. So it's a double inhale, and typically the first inhale is longer than the second, but the second one is still important to do, and then a very long extended exhale. Typically both inhales are through the nose and the exhale is through the mouth. That's the most effective way to do the physiological sigh. So if you're feeling stressed in any circumstance, inhale twice through the nose and then exhale long through the mouth. If you want, you can repeat it a second or even a third time, but typically just 1 or 2, maybe 3 physiological sighs are sufficient to bring your level of stress and alertness down very fast and allow you to feel more calm. Billions
I feel it. It feels kind of like you just feel the stress kind of just like, melting away a little bit. Why Why does it work?
It's a very safe and very effective way to calm down and reduce your levels of stress in real time, maybe before public speaking or in whatever circumstance you feel you need to calm down in real time. So I'll demonstrate the physiological side for you here. I've done this many times before in previous episodes, but for those of you that haven't heard or seen those episodes, I feel obligated to do it again now. Okay, so it's a deep inhale through the nose, followed by another brief inhale through the nose, and then a long exhale through the mouth. And before you start asking questions about, well, what do I do if I have a deviated septum? Can it be just through the mouth? Do the first two through the nose, do the third through the mouth. So it's like this. And indeed, I feel calmer. And indeed, if you do it, you will feel calmer.
Does yawning decrease stress? That's a good question. They say that we yawn because our body wants more oxygen. It's a way to increase our oxygen intake. So, I would say, yeah, probably. We don't normally yawn in moments of stress. We tend to yawn in situations where we feel more relaxed and comfortable. Huberman sucks, though. So you're gonna discredit breathing because this guy said that it was a thing? Well, okay, well, what if it was me? What if I told you to do it? Then would you try it? A broken clock is right twice a day. You said he sucks. I'm not saying okay, I hear you. But we weren't up here like singing his praises. I was just saying that this technique was verified by a neurologist from Stanford. That's all I was saying. Mr. Science Man says it works, so do we trust scientists? We trust scientists when it comes to science. We don't have to trust them in regards to all things. Some scientists can't even make a pot of spaghetti. But they can, you know, do heart surgery. He's a grifter, though. Well, what makes me any different? Answer me honestly, what makes me different? Am I not grifting right now? Am I not saying that by subscribing to this channel, you can make content like this possible, and it's through the support of viewers like you that I'm able to bring this content to you? Jordan Peterson. I went on about Jordan Peterson yesterday, and we scrolled through his Twitter. We scrolled through his Twitter just to kind of display how much of a hack job he is. The thing about Jordan Peterson is I think he cooked his brain. He got addicted to benzos, and then in order to get off of benzos, he went to Russia and he had them put him into a coma so that he could detox, and I think that he cooked his brain in doing that. But the fact that he wears funny suits and can use big words and, you know, speaks passionately, a lot of people just make the assumption that he knows what he's talking about, but he can say a lot of things without saying anything at all. But I'm not going to say that he was wrong when he said if you feel depressed, start off by cleaning your room. I think that that's a really great bit of advice, because the world that we live in, you know, our environment is a reflection of our physical state. And so if you feel mentally cluttered, declutter your living space. How many people tried that breathing technique, either now or when I've tried it before? You know, have you noticed an effect? I think it does work. It does help. It helps to lower the cortisol level in your body. I think we need a palate cleanser.
A 2-month-old female pygmy hippo named
We need a palate cleanser. Here's your Mudang. Our dog Scout is very Mudang coded. Spot the difference. There is no difference. It's the same. It's the same. There is no difference. That's Mudang. That's Moodog. She's that feisty potato archetype. Right. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to business. I just really hate myself right now. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. And I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna forbid it. I'm not going to allow you to hate yourself. You don't have to like yourself, but you can't afford to hate yourself. Have you ever had your parents or your grandparents or somebody older say hate is a very strong word? And it's true, because we reserve the word hate for the things that we absolutely just cannot stand. Like abuse and murder and war crimes and genocide and all of the terrible, awful, horrible things that exist in the world, and you're nowhere near that, okay? So no room for hate in your heart. No room for hate in your heart. Here's the thing. You don't have to like yourself, but you can do something about that. We very rarely learn to love the things that we hate, but we can learn to like things more if we don't really like them now. And so even just reframing it in that way is helpful. Also, not liking yourself does not mean that you should not love yourself. Loving yourself isn't about liking yourself. Loving yourself is about recognizing that there are things about me that I do not like, but I love myself enough to change them. You feel me? What is it that we want to do with things that we hate? When it comes to things that we hate, we want to destroy them. We wish they didn't exist, and that's not how we should view ourselves. All right? So, I empathize with the fact that you don't really like yourself right now, but don't hate yourself, because it's not going to help you. You can learn to like yourself more, and that's okay. That's normal. That's human. No hate. All right. That out of the way. I'm 28 and I feel like a failure. I can't drive. I live with my parents. Can't save money for shit. And I can't help but feel like I let down the closest people around me. I know I'm not supposed to compare myself to other people. I can't help it. Even the one thing that did make me feel good about myself, work, I know I fucked up in because now I know I was being looked at for supervisor positions, but I kept getting too anxious and worked up, and now I'm not being looked at for it. I know a lot of my issues stem from ADHD, something I have been struggling with since I was 7, that I was never given any tools or discipline, and now at this age I just feel like giving up. I have impulse control issues, can't complete a task, and part of this is perfectionism, and I have tried so many therapists, but none of them are really experienced in ADHD. So where do we get started? What do we want to work on first? You know what you need is you need a win. You need a win. So where do we start? What can we take a crack at first? Just going over the laundry list of all of the things I want to change about myself, all of the things I want to fix in my life, even me, someone that you might view as mentally well-rounded, allegedly. Like, if I was to look at the laundry list of all of the things that I need to do, I would feel like shit. I would feel overwhelmed. Pick one thing. What is one thing that you want to work on? We got to get started somewhere. So what is the first step of the first thing that you want to work on? The rest of it, we'll get there, okay? We'll get there. But you got to find a place that you want to start. So what's one thing that you could work on? You know what might be helpful? And this is what I found to be helpful. When I felt overwhelmed, when I felt inattentive, when I felt, like I couldn't control my impulses, what I started doing was I started practicing meditation. Because nobody was going to be able to fix my mind except for me. Therapists and counselors and coaches and mentors, they can light the way for you, but only you can take the steps down that path. And so if you're like me, you probably had a hard time listening to other people because you just felt like, oh, they're just telling me what to do, and I don't know if that's going to work for me, and they don't know my situation, and I get it. But what I found to be more helpful than anything else in regards to ADHD was taking time to just sit with my thoughts and to just watch where they go. This is what helped me to figure out what my priorities were. This is what helped me to figure out what my next steps were. Turning my mind from a place that I didn't want to be, because many of us have a hard time being alone with our own thoughts. It's a dark and scary place to be stuck with those things up here. But your mind should be a refuge. Your mind should be a place that you can go to feel comfortable and safe and at peace. And you can turn your mind into that with a little bit of intention and a little bit of effort, a little bit of practice. What you might notice in working on yourself and in working on your goals is that list of goals that you needed to work on isn't as long as you think it is. Because for many of these things that you want to fix, many of these things you want to change, when you start to make changes in one area of your life, what you'll notice is that it tends to ripple out into other areas of your life, and the other problems that you felt overwhelmed by become easier to deal with. So even if today all that you're able to do is start to distance yourself from this belief that you hate yourself because you recognize that that is unproductive and that's not going to get you to where you want to go, I would say that that's a good start. I'd say that's a good place to go. If I sound like I'm being stern or like I'm being direct, it's because I want you to succeed. And so if I have to give you a little bit of a push, if I have to give you a little bit of a kick in the rear, I will. Because a lot of what you're struggling with is stuff that I have also identified with, and what I've noticed is that we can achieve these things in life, but we have to be real with ourselves, and we have to do the work that we need to do. So take the time that you need to figure out, what is it that I want to get started with first, and what is the first step that's going to take me in the direction that I'm trying to go. I struggle so much with meditating, but I've found humming/meditation sounds is helpful. That's one form of meditation. Oftentimes people will chant as a way of maintaining meditation. One of the things that you can do in meditation is just sit there and make a sound or hum and just feel where it vibrates within your body, within your head. It's a good way to unclog your sinuses. One more thing for you, friend, because I want to see you do well, and I want to give you the tools that I feel like you need to get there. So as we continue to work on this, feel free to give us updates. Feel free to let us know what you're going through, because we want to help you. Visualize. What would it feel like if I had made just a little bit of progress? If I was just a little bit further along? Let's say that you took a month and you were just really working on all of these issues and you were starting to make some progress. How would that feel? How would it feel if you made a month's worth of progress? Describe it as if it was present. Visualization might sound hokey, it might sound woo-woo, it might sound like that can't help. Like, what's the point? I get it. But it really does work, and this is something that has been taught to people for hundreds of years, is that if you want to become a different version of yourself, you have to learn who that person is. You have to get to know that person so that you can become that person. You're not just going to wake up one day and be that new version of yourself. You have to introduce yourself to them. You have to learn how they think. You have to learn how they feel. And you have to steal their moves. Visualization really helped me, and that's why I sing its praises so much, is because whenever I was feeling my most depressed, the question that I asked myself probably a million times is, what would I be like? What would I be doing? What would I be thinking if I was just a little bit happier? Not as happy as I want to be, not as happy as I'm working towards, not as happy as I would, like to see myself in the future. What would it be like if I was just a little bit happier? Just one more step in that direction. And what you'll notice is that your brain knows. It can figure it out, what it would feel like to just be a step in the direction that you're trying to go. They can help you maintain direction. They can help you maintain your focus. So just commit to the process and keep taking those tiny little steps in the right direction, and eventually you will get there. How do you climb a mountain? You climb a mountain one step at a time. Also, one more thing. Before I move on from this question, one more thing. And this is something that I noticed within myself, and so I'm the concept of discipline, the concept of feeling like I don't have any tools or I don't have any discipline. You do, actually. You are just disciplined in the wrong way. You are disciplined to beat yourself up. You are disciplined to not support yourself or to not like yourself. That is the way that your discipline is tuned. And so it's not that you lack discipline. You're just disciplined in the wrong way. And I feel like that was a really important realization for myself to make, was because I felt like I lacked discipline. And so it was like, how can I find discipline if I don't have discipline? I can't just manifest it out of nothingness. But then what I realized was I actually am disciplined. I'm just disciplined in the wrong direction. And so that gave me something to work with. Is that I can actually discipline myself the way that I'm working towards, the way that I want to be. I don't have to just create discipline out of nothingness. I just have to change the way that my discipline is oriented. You see what I'm saying with that? It's not whether we have discipline or that we lack discipline. We're all disciplined, just in different ways. Maybe instead of being like, we think of what it is to be disciplined, and we're like, oh, if I'm disciplined, I have to wake up at 6 a.m., I have to go to the gym, I have to eat healthy, I have to exercise, I have to have hobbies, I have to have friends, I have to have a good career. No. Actually, no. You can be disciplined to eat Pop-Tarts and smoke too much weed and binge watch Netflix and isolate yourself from your friends. That is also discipline. You are just disciplined differently than you would like to be. And I feel like having that understanding that discipline isn't something that I just have to find or that I have to create. It's something that you already have. You just have to tune it to be more in line with what it is that you're looking for. That to me was one of those like aha moments. That to me was like a real light bulb moment. I was like, oh, okay. Because I felt like I lack discipline. I need to find discipline. I'm like, what is discipline? I'm just something I need to build, something I need to grow. It's like, discipline is already within me. It's just pointed in the wrong direction. I just need to reorient it. My current partner is my old coworker. We worked together for a few years, and I made it known that I like him a lot. He wasn't ready for anything, so we remained good friends, but ended up losing contact. A few years later, he texted me, and we've been hanging ever since. I've never had a relationship this easy, and it's truly everything I ever wanted. I find myself wanting to tell him that I love him, but I'm afraid he will be scared off as we've been only been hanging out 6 months. When is it too early to tell somebody that you love them? Chat. When is it the right time to tell somebody that you love them? I've found that the best time to tell someone that you love them is when it hurts to not tell them that you love them. When it hurts to not say it. I try to justify how I feel by telling myself I've known him for a few years and always felt strongly towards him, but once again I'm afraid to express my feelings because he does get what I like to call feeling shy and makes a joke or just doesn't know how to handle it in general. I know he feels strongly towards me too, but overall I'm just scared. Do I hold on to the love you until he says it? Or do I tell him what I feel and let him know it's perfectly okay if he's not feeling that too? Different people have different levels of comfort when it comes to telling other people that they love them. And that's okay. Also, as far as problems go to have, this is probably one of the best problems that a person could be dealing with. It's like, when do I tell this person that I love that I do love them? I would be willing to bet that he probably wouldn't be the first one to say it. You know, you've described him as feeling shy. That doesn't mean that he doesn't want to be loved, though. So if you do love this person, let them know. Just, like, the thing about telling people that you love them is that you should tell people that you love them regardless of whether or not they say it back to you. Because in the end, it's just words, and you're just telling them how you feel. And so if it is how you feel, then I don't see a problem with communicating that to people. So I'm in the camp of saying, just go for it. Just go for it. You know, also, you know, just because a person has a hard time expressing their feelings or embracing love or that type of thing, it doesn't mean that they can't change. It's like you could be a part of what really drives them to open up and be more accepting of those types of feelings. Just by leading by example. And so if you love them, let them know. That's the way that I feel about it. You love love? I also love love. Isn't love great? Hey, do you think something happened to me after COVID? I feel like something happened to me after COVID. I mean, I don't know about you specifically. I don't know your story. But I would say that COVID fucked us all up. Whether or not you even contracted COVID. COVID fucked everybody up. We got more people dealing with social anxiety. We got people dealing with isolation. We got people dealing with agoraphobia and disconnection and... It's messed up. It's messed up. How do you keep being positive about love when you've never felt it back? We love you, Sugar, and I hope that you love us back. Sounds like you need to practice some self-love. Romantically. I feel like when it comes to feeling romantic love, it's one of those things that you don't really assume to be true or to be real until somebody comes along and changes your idea of that. And the thing about romantic love is that it feels different for different people. You know, some people like to, you know, go out to a fancy dinner, have a bottle of wine, go out dancing. Some people just like to sit on the couch in their pajamas and eat ice cream. It's about it's about wanting to spend time with this person and just enjoying the time that you have together and celebrating that. Do you think that trauma plays a role into being forced introversion or reservedness? Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like people who have been dealt a trauma feel like they have to protect themselves from future hurt. I've been lurking a lot and truly love this stream and your advice. If I wanted to have one-on-one therapy sessions, compensated of course, for like 30 minutes a week, is that something you do, or is this only this stream? I've tried a few different therapists, but nobody has really helped, or our vibes were off. Her approach to therapy and life is honestly right up my alley. How would you describe chat, how would you describe my approach to therapy and life? How would you describe me? I have a hard time defining myself. Is this something I would do? I'm not against it, but I would just want to make sure I do it in the right way. Like, part of the reason why I just like to do it on stream and not like privately one-on-one is just because I like to just keep everything above board. You know what I mean? Like, I like to just have everything out in the open. Filthy communist. Well, that's fair. You don't always give pushback, but sometimes you do if you feel people can handle it. Sometimes people need a push. You know what I mean? Like, you're just standing at the edge of the pool and you're just like, alright, are you gonna go in? You gonna swim? there's different approaches, you know, to compare it to like a pool. You know, it's either I jump in first and I say, come on in, the water's fine. Or I push you in and say, see, it wasn't so bad. Or we go down to the shallow end and we wade in together and we take it step by step and say, see, that wasn't so bad. Let's take another. How do you feel about taking another step? There's different techniques, different strategies. Different levels of assertiveness, different levels of guidance and hand-holding. You like my approach for you or not your diagnosis? And I feel like that sets me apart from a lot of practitioners. A lot of practitioners are very like diagnosis driven. They're like, ooh, this person is bipolar. I don't want to work with them. I don't like working with the bipolars. Or this person is borderline. I don't like working with the borderlines. I've met therapists and practitioners who are like that. And it's just so, it just really feeds into the stigmatization that we're trying to like work away from. It's just you're just writing somebody off because some doctor said, oh, this is what this person has. A diagnosis is just a diagnostic tool. It's just a way of quantifying. But you are so much more than that. You are all of your experiences, you are all of your thoughts and feelings, and you are a dynamic person who is capable of growth and change, and you are a person who has a set of symptoms that you would like to work on. Some of my techniques and sayings I've genuinely never heard before. Well, yeah, that's because I'm a madman. My approach to understanding mental illness was, alright, let's drive myself crazy and then drive myself sane so that I can help people find their way out of the woods. Like, alright, you're lost in the woods? And that's kind of what mental illness is like. It's like being lost out in the fucking woods. So I'm like, alright, I'm going in after you. I went out and got lost in the woods myself. And figured out what I need to do to get out. So that I can help guide other people back out. I think it'd be cool if you offered sessions, TBH. I think what I would do before I would start doing anything individual is if we wanted to have a group that met in like voice chat on the Discord, and we did that like once a week or once every 2 weeks, I think that would be a good jumping off point. So I think that would be a good thing, and it's something that I've kind of been cooking in my head for a while, so I feel like that would be a good way to like because it doesn't necessarily need to be one-on-one, you know. Sometimes like, and I understand the importance of like individual therapy, but I feel like group therapy really can take it to a whole other level. It's like just seeing that other people are struggling with similar things and seeing what works for them and what doesn't work for them is like, it really offers an entirely new perspective. So if that's something that you'd be interested, I'm thinking, you know, we'll work on trying to get that facilitated. And if there's enough people interested, you know, we might do multiple throughout the week. Like, I might be able to make it to some of those. But then we also have some really well-informed community members that would probably be pretty good at facilitating those on their own. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. One day in my dreams, I'll go through a DBT curriculum with a group. All right, let's make it happen. But no, if you're interested in one-on-one and it's something that you are serious about, it's something that you would want to do with me, just send me a message and let's talk about it. Let's talk about what that would look like. Let's talk about what our goals would be. Let's talk about how long that would go on for, because I wouldn't want it to be like indefinite. You know, I would want it to be like, all right, we'll start off with this number of times and then we'll reassess and see where we want to go from there, because I don't want to like... You get what I'm saying? Like, part of my issue with like the traditional structure of therapy is, for many people, it's just ongoing, and they just use a therapist as a way of feeling like validated. They're like, here's what I did in my week. It's like, oh, I got into an argument with my sister. I talked to my boss, and I felt disrespected. How do I stand up for myself? And it's like, they'll do that, and then they'll just do that for like years. You know what I mean? But no, if this is something that you're interested, just message me. Message me and let's talk about it. Let's hammer out some details. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I just want to make sure I'm doing it in the right way. You know what I mean? Stay booked and blessed. Thank you. Thank you. I need to get another cup of coffee, but we have one more question. Under nostril onto something. You doing okay, Vatty Woo? You doing all right? I'm feeling some loose associations. I'm feeling a little bit of disorganized thinking. Are we doing all right? I would totally sign up for your group therapy sessions. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll do this right now so that I don't forget. I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna show you, because one of the things that I don't like to do is show the peer support channel on stream. If you've been on the Discord, you probably noticed that there's a peer support channel, and this is a place where people can go to vent or get support or talk about stuff. And I like to keep it, you know, private, like it's on the Discord, but I don't like to just like show it on stream, but like, oh, this is what this person was talking about, and it's like, so what I'm gonna do is, if you are interested, I'm gonna post about it in the peer support channel, and then you can just respond to me in there, and then we'll get an idea of how many people would be interested, and we can start figuring out when we would want to do that. I base my therapists on how tall they are. It's true. They stack bullshit pretty high these days. Before I forget, I'm gonna mention this in the Discord just so that I don't forget. Did you grow up with diversity? I did, actually. For the first 6 years of my schooling, I went to primarily, I went to city schools, and so I was a minority, being a white kid, I was in the minority. And that's how I got woke. I contracted the woke mind virus at a young age. Alright. I was typing away. I was typing in the peer support channel. If you're interested in... And I can show you this part, because this part's... I'll just show what I typed. So just respond to me in here in the peer support channel. It's something that I've been meaning to do for a while, so I'm glad we're finally getting it off the ground. If you'd be interested in doing like a weekly or bi-weekly, it doesn't even have to be anything too serious. It could just be like, we could just check in, you know, we could just, you know, be encouraging and supportive. It doesn't have to be, you know, we don't have, you can go as deep as you want in anything that you want to talk about. We could even have like themes or topics that we would talk about as a group. Like I said, this is something we're still working on. I just kind of want to know who's interested so that we can talk about it more and we can start doing some planning. So, thank you. I have an interesting and traumatic story. I learned about racism at a very young age against my will when I was the only black girl in my entire school in the rural Midwest in the early 2000s. Damn. I can imagine how stigmatizing it would be to be the only person that looks, you know, like you in an entire school. I could just imagine, you know, feeling all sorts of confusing and complicated feelings. Or just being treated like a commodity. Just having people like, oh, can I touch your hair? Be so cruel. It's true. They just don't know any better. Something happened to me after COVID. Even though I was a shy person, I had a lot of energy and loved talking with others. I was always loud and would text the most to people in group chats, but ever since the pandemic happened, I don't know what happened. My energy levels are down, I'm way more reserved, I don't talk much anymore. It sounds frustrating, and it sounds confusing, and it sounds discouraging. And it's something I also relate to, and I feel like it's something probably a lot of people relate to. I feel like things just haven't felt the same since 2020. It's been 4 years now, and I feel like 2020 never ended. It's like, get me off this ride already. You are still you. And this version of you that you feel like you have lost or that you are missing, they're still there. They're still inside of you. Try to recapture some of that. Now, one of the facts of life is that as we grow and as we get older, we do tend to be, you know, maybe we do tend to isolate a bit more. Maybe we do tend to be a little bit more reserved. You know, we go to bed earlier. We might not have as much energy, but if you want to find energy, you gotta make energy. You gotta put more demand on yourself. If you don't put more demand on yourself, you're not just gonna feel more energy. It's not something you can really just wait around to come back to you. I used to be out and about all the time, and now I want to stay home. It's an interesting point. I feel like a lot of people, you know, being put into a position where they had no choice, but it's like you have to stay home. It was just like, okay, they just got comfortable with it. They realized, yeah, I can make this work. I can make this work. I feel like it kind of ties into the concept of like learned helplessness. You know, feeling like the world is in shambles and I can't do anything about it, so I just need to stay by myself and just work on me and just do my own thing. Agoraphobia is on the rise. Too true. Too true. You know what I remember feeling? You know what I remember feeling during COVID was, this gives me time to work on myself. And this puts other people in a position where, you know, because prior to COVID, I was already kind of feeling a bit, you know, like isolating and keeping to myself. And I felt like, this gives me time to catch up. This gives me time to work on myself. So I tried to make the best of a bad situation. So I guess my question would be is if you feel this way, if you feel like, you know, something has happened to me, my energy levels are down, I'm more reserved, I don't talk as much, my question for you is, how does that make you feel? How do you feel about this change? Good, bad, indifferent? And also, what do you want to do about it? We as humans have a fantastic ability to make the best of a bad situation. To just adapt to a new set of circumstances that might otherwise suck. But if you want things to change, we gotta put that effort in, which sucks. Effort sucks. Does anybody like effort? I think we like it when the effort is done. We like the results. But the act of doing, ooh, no. But that's what life is all about. It's learning to appreciate the journey and the act of doing and enjoying the effort, enjoying the struggle. I had such bad FOMO. You know, I can say that FOMO is something that I don't know if I've ever dealt with. I've always been kind of a, like, I can be okay on my own. And I think it ties back to, you know, just being a kid and being like, if I was a kid and, like, my parents grounded me or I was, like, in my room, I was like, I was okay with that. I was perfectly content with that. Like, I'll read. I'll make do. And so I guess the times where I feel FOMO is it's like, I feel like I'm missing out from the things that I would rather be doing myself. Like, I could be reading my book right now. I could be reading my book right now, but I have to go out and socialize. guess I do have FOMO, just in my own introverted way. How we doing? How we doing? It's 3 hours in. It's 3 hours in. We're chugging along. We're caught up with the questions for now, so I think it's about time for me to take a little bathroom break and to get some more coffee. I hope you're doing all right. All right. Since we're all caught up with the questions, I'm going to take a brief break. You already know it's time for your cat break. Chat, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee and go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Also, if you have a question, feel free to drop it in the question box. We'll get to it right away. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Meow. Alright, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. But I was just doing a bit. I was. But it's also interesting to see what emotions we project onto this still image of me. It's like, how does he feel? What's going on in his mind? Meow. Meow. All right, we're back. We're back. Syndra? Syndra's in here. I'm gonna see if she wants to come over on my lap. Syndra. Hey, baby. She does. Oh, hello. Hi, baby. She said it's cuddle time, motherfucker. Oh, baby. Hello? Hello? How are you? Oh. Baby. Baby. This is my cuddle cat. Syndra likes cuddling. She's a cuddly one. If I don't give her her affection, she will bother me for it. Hey, baby. Don't mind me, just cat petting time. She's so wise, she knows things we could never know. That's what I'm saying. She's got secrets. She's got secrets and she won't tell me what they are. She's a very wise kitty. Sit on my lap. Here you go. Syndra, can I sample your purring for them? Get your purr going? It's not really going so much right now. If you were really purring. Sit on my desk? Okay. You can sit on my desk. Not the microphone, Syndra. I'm not sure what Syndra's lore is. I got her when she was about 10 weeks old from the SPCA. She was about 10 weeks old, and she was the only kitten. Like, I guess they picked her up somewhere, and then she was the only kitten in the bunch. She didn't have any brothers or sisters. So she's always been, you know, kind of shy, kept to herself, but she's such a sweetie. She's a sweet little kitty. My husband told me this story about some guy changing the Wi-Fi password before the cable guy came out to do work. He told his wife she had to give the password. It was poop poop butt butt 6-9 penetration. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Howdy. Well, howdy, partner. It's West Texas, man. How's it going, partner? Hats off to you. Happy belated birthday. Yeah, Jimmy Carter hit 100. We have a video. Oh yeah, here he is. There he is. Is there an ad? Excuse me? Remember when his grandson was like, yeah, some days he just doesn't wake up. He just... Like, what? Like, what? This is what it would have been like if Joe Biden got a second term. We would have been dealing with this. This is what a second term with Joe Biden would have been like. Suspected spam caller? Well, I won't be answering. Notice how nobody calls you on the phone anymore. The only time people call my phone is if it's spam or if it's my dentist being like, hey, we want to confirm your appointment tomorrow. What are they wheeling him towards? They're wheeling him outside because they were going to do a flyover for his birthday. Is there another ad on this video? They crammed... How many ads are they going to cram into this 3-minute clip of Jimmy Carter getting rolled outside? Oh, wow, he looks really old. Jimmy? Jimmy, are you okay, Jimmy? Have a Pixel? I do have a Pixel. Call screening. Okay. Yeah, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was a good president. He's also done a lot of humanitarian work. As far as ex-presidents go, he's probably one of the ones that I have the most respect for. But at this point, I'm just like, damn, dude, you're really old. I'm like, I'm trying to find signs of life. I'm like, his soul is barely hanging on. He is hanging on by a thread. God bless him. He's trying to hang on so that he can vote for Kamala Harris. He wants to cast his ballot for what could be the first woman president in the United States. Isn't it kind of interesting that in the United States we have these like flyovers of fighter jets and they're there for like sports games and they're there to be like ooh, fighter jets, but like for most people seeing fighter jets flying overhead would be terrifying and awful. Syndra, I know. Jimmy Carter, he was your favorite. Syndra loved Jimmy Carter. Is he trying to stay with us for election results? He's hanging on for some reason. He's hanging on for some reason. You know, a lot of older people, you know, they typically will pass very shortly after their, like, if they have a long-term, like, partner, they will typically pass, you know, pretty shortly after them. And I feel like, you know, there is a certain sense of like, okay, it's okay for me to let go. He's like, he's clinging on. It's like, he's hanging on for something. Feeling really sad tonight? Just dance. It'll be okay. So, how about those politics? How about those politics? What's going on in the news these days? Like we've got chatter, like we've got a community member who lives in Jordan. It's like I worry for them. They're right in the middle. And Iran is just like Iran and Israel just like lobbing bombs over them. The VP debate happened. Oh, the VP debate. Who do you think does JD Vance's makeup? Who do you think does his eyeliner? Do you think he does it? Also, JD Vance has a much more eloquent way of like spewing bullshit. Like Trump is very direct and he's just like very angry about it, he's becoming this, like, he's really falling into those tropes of just, like, old man yelling about change in the world. But JD Vance, it's like, ooh, he's a young huckster. He's only like 40. It's his legal training. Whoever trained him legally should be in prison for misuse of their power. Was JD Vance wearing eyeliner at the debate or not? You know what I mean? You know what I mean when I say that JD Vance has that kind of face where it's like, ladies, if you're at a party and JD Vance shows up, it's like, you want to make sure you keep an eye on your drinks. Don't let your drinks be unsupervised. You know what I mean? Like the feelings of like physical revulsion I get from JD Vance are very deep and very primal, and they feel like very instinctual. Like I feel like there is nothing about this man that I should trust. Why are we looking at Tyborg? Yeah, this is Tyborg. JD Vance looks like Tyborg. I can't show you a picture of Tyborg, unfortunately, because Tyborg is banned from Twitch. You hate to see it. Apparently, they're claiming that it's all natural. You think this is all natural? There's no way. There's no way. He's all natural in the way that, like, influencers will be like, I'm wearing no makeup, I'm going for a natural look. I just put on a little bit of concealer and a little bit of blush and just, you know, just just a few things. It's all natural. Why am I looking at pictures of Tyborg? Because I'm trying to figure out if he wears eyeliner or not. Could you ask him for me? I'm not trying to eyeliner shame people, but he's lying about it. He's definitely wearing it. There's no way. There's no way that he doesn't. JD Vance has the face of a man caught between eras. He looks like he wants to segregate a My Chemical Romance concert. Oh my god, it's so true. I feel like he started wearing eyeliner when he was like 15 and he just never got out of the habit. college picks to prove that theory. Right. Let me just say, growing a beard was a good choice for him. Growing a beard was a good move. There's just we can't allow JD Vance to be one heartbeat away from becoming the president. We can't allow that to happen. Like, I'm not gonna vote Democrat because I'm excited to vote Democrat. Obviously, I have my issues with all of the candidates, and I'm mostly voting against JD Vance, if I'm being honest. And to not vote or to vote for third party is just a vote for the Republicans. So it's like, I don't want to have to eat this shit sandwich, but, you know. JD Van, did he? Oh yeah, he did a drag queen look, didn't he? But I mean, we've all done it. He didn't pull it off, though. He looks terrible. He looks terrible. That wig is awful. That wig is terrible. George Santos pulled it off, though. You know, I kind of miss George Santos. Wasn't George Santos just so hilarious? I'm not condoning George Santos's behaviors or anything, but just like within the scope of politics, like wasn't George Santos just so fucking funny? What happened to him? George Santos got outed from George Santos got forcibly voted out of Congress. Just being outed as like a liar and a grifter. But I thought it was so fucking funny. It was the funniest thing I've seen in politics in a long time. It's just George Santos just serving so much cunt. Just making the Republican Party look like even more of a joke than it is. I miss George Santos. I don't even think George Santos was George Santos's real name. All right, every single lie told by George Santos. Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Every single lie told by George Santos. He lied to donors and then used their money to buy things and also spent it on OnlyFans. So he used the money to buy designer clothes and porn and makeup and food. He also used campaign money to travel and for Botox. He also lied to collect unemployment benefits, committed identity theft, lied to Congress, oh yeah, several times. He reimbursed himself for loans that he did not make. He purported his campaign loan as $81,000 and only ever he made $27,000 from that. He lied about where he went to high school. He lied about where he went to college. He never worked on Wall Street. I miss George Santos. He wrote a bad check to an Amish dog breeder. It's unclear if he allegedly lied about his mom dying because of 9/11. He lied about his grandparents being Holocaust victims. He lied about having employees that died in the Pulse shooting. This guy just could not stop lying about anything. Like, this guy is just such a... He's a case study in, like... Like, just keep lying. Just keep lying. Just keep going. Like, wow. He lied about his niece getting kidnapped. He lied about being Jewish. He was a drag queen. He lied about being on the show Hannah Montana. Who's that? George Santos, the greatest Republican congressman to ever exist. He was a fraud and a huckster and just a habitual liar. And he just lied about so many things and just stole a bunch of money from the Republicans. And it's really funny. He lied about helping to produce a Spider-Man Broadway. Oh, Syndra's laying on my keyboard. Syndra. Well, now she's doing it. Meow. I hope they give George Santos another chance and then he's able to return to Congress. Just like, this is just an article that's just a list of all of the things that George Santos lied about, and how about that debate? How about that debate yesterday? Wasn't that the debate? Wasn't that debate just really miserable? the first question of the debate was like, would you support a first strike? A preemptive strike? And we're like, what? Like, what? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, what? Excuse me? Would you support starting another war in the Middle East? Like, And then they're like, Israel has the right to defend itself? Like, yeah, as it turns out, if you just keep blowing people up and you keep making people into enemies of your nation state, you can continue to justify killing them over time. I was like, oh, I was just defending myself. Like, yeah, I killed two leaders of the militant group that's been fighting against our occupation, and we killed 37 civilians, and all of those 37 civilians, they've all got family members who are, you know, some of them are gonna, you know, want to start to resist against, well, now I gotta kill them! I gotta protect myself! You literally say that. I know. And it's fucked up and it's dumb, and anybody with 2 brain cells who isn't totally fucking brain dead could tell you that. My tits hurt. I fucking hate my period. My condolences. My condolences. I've also heard that you shouldn't go to the dentist if you're on your period because it makes your gums more sensitive and it makes them bleed more. I read that the other day. Does JD Vance have resting bear face? Does he have resting bear face is the question. You made him a gay guy from Chicago. It's too true. He does look like a Midwestern gay. And I'm not, like, I'm saying this as a person who has a lot of friends who are Midwestern gays, and by a lot I mean like 3 or 4. I feel like that's still a decent number. But, he has resting bear face. Part of the vibe I was getting from the debate, it was like, they were like, let's get Trump and Kamala out of here and let's just spend some time just me and you, daddy. That's kind of the vibe I was getting. Just kiss already. Kiss. Just kiss already. Hi. I wanted to talk about a few things. I moved a while ago, and I've met new people in a whole new city. But those last days, I've been feeling very ugly, fat, and insufficient to even deserve to be seen by people, and all of this intensifies when someone pays attention to me or shows interest, because I feel like they're only doing it because they're laughing at me, something like, look, I'm trying with the ugly girl. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna stop you there, and I do this with all respect. I do this with all respect. Hold on, just... knock it off. Cut it out. This is what anxiety does to us. It makes us assume the worst. Anxiety makes us assume the worst. It says, you know what, I should be alone. I am terrible. I am awful. Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I should go eat worms. When you catch yourself thinking in that way, instead of believing those thoughts, because it's just a thought, you don't have to believe it until you choose to believe it. Push back against them. Push back against them. Let them go. That self-doubt doesn't serve you, and it's holding you back, and it's inhibiting you. And so it's okay to challenge those beliefs. In my previous city, that happened to me, but now I'm trying to take care of myself a little more. However, every day I hate my physique more, and also myself. Give it. Give me your self-hate. You don't need it. You don't need it anymore. Give it to me. You don't need self-help. You don't need self-hate. You don't need it. You're not going to hate yourself into becoming a person that you like. That doesn't make any sense. You cannot hate yourself into someone that you like. It's like trying to build a house by burning it down. Now, do you like yourself? Maybe there is room for improvement. Maybe there's room for growth. Maybe you could work on improving that. But get hate out of the equation. I'm barely eating. I'm hating my skin tone, my belly, my face, my legs, my arms. I feel like I've been lying to myself and that in reality, I'm just a deformed person who believes she deserves to be seen. It felt good to let it out. Haha! Alright, millennial. It's just a very millennial thing to be like, here's everything I hate about myself, here's all of my trauma, here's all of the terrible things that I've been dealing with. Lol. I like my body, but I hate myself. I like myself, but I hate my body. Cut it out. Cut it out. There are things in this world and in this universe that are deserving of your hate. Murder, abuse, greed, genocide, racism, bigotry. Those things are deserving of your hate. Why are you even on that list? Okay, I strongly dislike 90% of my body. All right, now we're talking. Now that gives me something I can work with. To hate something means that you want to see it destroyed. This is why we can't afford to have hate for ourselves, because this just means that we want to see ourselves destroyed. because I'm stuck with me every day, then maybe you should learn to like yourself. If you're gonna be stuck with you every day, shouldn't you learn to like that person? Or are you just gonna grow more and more resentful? Like, ooh, that guy's here again. Dang it. You're not going to hate yourself into someone that you like. Now, you may not like things about yourself, and that's okay, because I feel like everybody has things that they don't like about themselves. But it's really important that we adopt the viewpoint of, these are things that I can change, these are things that I can work on, these are things that I can learn to appreciate. Because you, yourself, are as deserving of your love and affection as anything else in the universe. What do you like about yourself? What is something that you like about yourself? Hand it over. Pay it up. Pay up! What is something that you like about yourself? Let's hear it. Personality or like body? Since you asked, I want one of both from you, junkie. One of both. From you, I want two. I'll wait. I like that I'm really considerate and thoughtful of other people. Alright, everybody give it up. It's a good thing. It's a W. When it comes to like our body image and the way that we perceive ourselves, one of the things that I find to be really important is whenever we are working out or we're trying to improve our physique or we're trying to, hit a certain milestone or we're trying to achieve a certain goal, it's really important to remember that exercise is a celebration of what we can do. It is not a punishment for who we are. I need that tattooed on my forehead. All right, lean in. I misspelled it, I'm sorry. There is a typo. I'm sorry. We're all human. Why am I easily overstimulated by things and can't do things for long periods of time like I used to? I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right now. That probably has a lot to do with it. A lot of it probably just has to do with stress level and feeling overwhelmed. Whenever we feel a certain amount of stress or we feel like we're spread too thin, it makes our ability to tolerate things difficult. But it's like, I used to be able to do this when I was dealing with a lot of stuff in the past, and I want to be able to use my coping tools, but I can't for long without my body just going brrr. I have autism, for context. The first thing that comes to mind for me is just exposure. The thing about being overstimulated is that our bodies can adjust and our bodies can acclimate. You know, like when you get into a hot tub, eventually you stop feeling the warmth of the tub. You just get acclimated to it. And then it's not until you get out of the tub that you're like, ooh, toasty. You know what I mean? And so what I would say is, you've got coping skills and you want to be able to use them. Use them. But also be okay with adding some more things to your toolbox. Go as far and as long as you can, and then go one step further. If you want to expand your comfort zone, you have to push through some discomfort. And so if you start to feel overstimulated, just return to your breathing. Just maybe try one of those breath techniques that we talk about. I'm scared of being judged by people in the gym. Let me just say, and I'm not trying to be critical, but if you're scared of other people judging you, in a way, that is you judging them by assuming them to be judgmental. So if you go to the gym and people want to be judgmental, let them. Who fucking cares? Most people who go to the gym, they see somebody who's out of shape or who's trying to get into the shape, and they're just like, I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they showed up. The people who do judge, they're not worthy of your time and attention. Don't take judgment from people who you wouldn't turn to for advice. A lot of what we do is we project our own insecurities onto other people. And so if we are afraid to go out because we're worried that we're being judged, it's actually, we are afraid that other people are going to judge us as harshly as we judge ourselves. So are you going to let that stop you? You want to go to the gym but you're scared you'll have no time for it because you're in your first college year? Does anyone have any advice? You will have time to go. You will have time to go. Even if it's just going for 10, 20, 30 minutes, it's like you don't have to go to the gym for hours. You know what I mean? Even if you just go for a little bit, it's better than nothing. baby cow. Look at this. Syndra. 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 Syndra, you sleeping? Syndra. Psst, 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 psst. She's dreaming. She's dreaming. What's she dreaming about? Chirp, 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 chirp. She said, was that a bird? Shut up. Shut up, I'm sleeping. You know, what I find to be helpful, in thinking about this question, if we feel overstimulated or whatever it might be, it's like feeling overstimulated is just one of the early stages of getting used to something. Like anything new is more often than not overstimulating from the get-go. And I feel like that's part of the reason why babies cry when they're born, is they're like, oh, this sucks. They're just overstimulated. Like there's all this noise, there's all these different sounds, there's air, there's it's fucking freezing out here. Put me back in. Put me back in. And I feel like that kind of leads into an interesting discussion, and it's like, when you consider how our nerve endings work and how we perceive sensory information, it's almost like we are initially designed to find new sensations uncomfortable until we can verify that they aren't harmful to us. Does that make sense? Like, have you ever had somebody touch you in some type of way, then you're just like, I'm not sure if I like that or not. I'm kind of on the fence about it. It feels different. It feels weird. And then maybe you like acclimate to it and you're like, oh, I do like this. You know what I mean? It's like you have to learn to like new physical sensations. You have to like train yourself for it. Even when it's stuff that's like inherently harmless or, associated with feeling good, you kind of have to change the way that you're wired to perceive it. But I feel like part of like new physical sensations that we're not accustomed to, we are primed to be distasteful of those things or avoidant of those things because we're uncertain as to whether or not they are harmful to us. Like some people don't like to be hugged, even though a good hug is one of the most satisfying things that you can have in life. Some people don't like it. But I believe you can learn to like it, even if you don't like it initially. Our tastes change. Our feelings change. This might be triggering for some. Hey guys, I really need to get this out somewhere. I had a bad dream maybe a week ago. A sexual one about my brother who sexually assaulted me when I was a child. I don't know why I had this dream, but I can't get it out of my head. And it brought back so many memories that I had blocked out, and I've been feeling like shit ever since then. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through this. This does sound stressful. Let's take a look at this objectively. Let's try to take a look at this from a rational standpoint. Let's try to apply some logic here. Let's see. Why would this be coming up? Either option A, it came up randomly. There was no point, there was no reason. In which case, what can we do about it? Just came up randomly. But I don't really fall into that belief. I kind of like to go with one of the other options. Option B, it came up because maybe I'm ready to start processing it. Maybe now is a time in my life where I feel like I'm able to start thinking about it and feeling those feelings and processing those emotions. And I feel like this is part of what happens to people, is that stuff will resurface at times where we might feel like we are ready to start working on it or ready to start processing it. Now, for a lot of people, what we like to do is we like to be like, no, I'm not ready to process this. I don't want to think about this. I'm not ready for this. And so they shove it back down. They find ways to distract themselves, they turn to their vices, they find ways to cope with those feelings. And so, there are different ways that we can look at this. We could look at this as just something that randomly came up. In which case, what can we do about it? Or we can look at it as, maybe this came up because I'm ready to revisit it. I'm ready to work on it. I'm ready to process some of these underlying feelings. And if that's the case, this isn't something that you have to process on your own. This isn't something that you have to deal with on your own. You can talk with people about it. You can reach out for support, and there are supports out there who would like to be able to help you with this. That's the way that I like to view it whenever I have things resurface. I try to view it as an opportunity. I try to view it as, this must mean that I am ready to take a new look at it. This must mean that I'm ready to work on it. And this doesn't mean that this is a time where I need to get over it completely, but it's a time where I can maybe start to make some progress in the process of these feelings. Maybe I've had these feelings that I've been pushing down and I've been trying not to feel, but those feelings aren't going to go away. When we push those feelings down, they'll always come back up sooner or later, because we will have to process them at some point. So if not now, when? And so do you feel like now is a time where you're able to maybe approach things and start to think about them and start to process those feelings? And this isn't something you have to do on your own. And I know it's scary, and I know it's difficult, and I know it's stressful. But if you want to heal, you gotta feel. So I would suggest reaching out for support in this time. This isn't something that you have to keep to yourself. Whether it be reaching out to a loved one, reaching out to a counselor or a support group or a trusted friend, whoever it might be. Whoever it could be that could give you that sympathetic or empathetic ear, just somebody that you can, lean on in this moment of stress. That's what friends are for. And that's what support is all about. When you're in these moments where you feel like you're struggling, it's okay to lean on somebody. So who can you lean on? One of the things you might notice about our brains is that our brains don't really like unfinished business. It doesn't like to just leave a thought unthunk forever. It likes to figure things out. It likes to find closure. Sindra. Why are you waking me up? She said, why are you waking me up? She's mad at me. Oh. She's so sweet. Sindra, you're so sweet. She likes belly pets. Not every cat likes belly pets, but Sindra will roll over and she's like, pet my belly. Until you pet it too much, and then she'll tell you to stop. Ah! She said, that's enough. She is nuzzling against my microphone. You're so sweepy. Going. Let's see if we can hear it. Sindra, thank you. She's a cuddler. comfy. There you go. Have a seat. Have a seat. I'll lean back. That's fine. I want to take a moment. Excuse me, Syndra. Sorry, I have to talk. She's like, don't be so loud. I'm trying to sleep. Sorry. Sorry, Syndra. I want to take a moment and talk about something for my aspiring meditators. For my aspiring meditators out there, you know, we're always talking about how beneficial meditation can be, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the backing of that. I want to talk about some of the evidence, I want to talk about some of the research. And part of what we, and when I say we, I mean scientists, I like to count myself among them. Part of what people will do to research the benefits of meditation is they will do brain scans on monks, specifically monks who have regular meditation practices. And so what they found is that regular meditation will produce a very significant impact on your brain's ability to function. So, Syndra, get off the keyboard, girl. Girl. Here you go. I'll move the keyboard for you. I'll move the keyboard for you. It's fine. So the research from this was done in a study that was done in 2008, and they measured the brain activity of 20 Buddhist monks while they were meditating. Some of the things that they found was that meditation can change the inner working and circuitry of your brain. We refer to this as neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is your brain's ability to change its functioning, to change the way that it works, and to rewire itself. And so, to assume that your brain right now is how it will always be is not true. Your brain can change, and it can change to your benefit. And to put yourself into that process and to actively play an active part in that rewiring, it can help you get to a place that works better for you. What they also noticed was that the parts of the brain that we associate with happiness and joy, these parts of the brains were far more active in these practiced meditators. They've also noticed that their brains tend to reorganize themselves, meaning that they feel much more of a sense of oneness with the world around them. They found that the brainwave patterns of Buddhist monks were also far more powerful. And we've talked about this before, the different levels of brainwaves that we produce. We produce different levels of brainwaves depending on our level of neurological activity. Quick side note, I've done this before, but I will go over it again as often as I have to. The types of brainwaves. Syndra, I'm trying to... she's like... she's plopped. Look at this. Like, Syndra... I'm trying to... I have to reach around her to type. We produce different levels of brainwaves depending on the level of activity in our brain. The highest level of brainwaves are these gamma waves, and we only experience these in short little bursts. Average people only experience these in short little bursts. let's say that you've had a problem that you've been working on solving, and this is a problem that you've been trying to solve for a really long time. You've been trying to solve this problem for months. And then you finally have that aha moment. You feel like the light comes on over your head. That's gamma waves. The average person only experiences these in short bursts, maybe just a few seconds at a time. But what they've found is that practiced meditators can produce this type of brainwave at will. What I want you to do is I want you to think about a moment where it felt like the light came on over your head. That aha moment, that moment of realization, that moment of insight, that moment of serendipity, a peak experience. Now imagine feeling that longer. Imagine feeling that whenever you want to. That's what meditation can do. That's what meditation can unlock within your brain. You can actually unlock a higher level of functioning in your brain through the power of meditation. And so this is what they mean when they say the brainwave patterns were different and more powerful. Higher level of thinking. They've also found that monks had enhanced focus, memory, learning, consciousness, and mental or neural coordination. So if you feel like I have a hard time focusing, I have a hard time, struggling with ADHD, meditation can help with that. They also found that monks had no anxiety, no depression, no addiction, meditation changes the brain in the same way that exercise changes the body. So if you aren't meditating, now's a good time to start. How do you meditate? Good question. If you're new to meditating, I would recommend checking out my YouTube channel. I've got a 10-minute guided meditation. Friend tried that. He went to go live with some monks. That's one way of doing it. But what's important to remember is that you don't have to go be a monk to learn from what monks do. Is anybody watching me on YouTube? Is it? One watching now, is it me? One of the things that can help to put you in this higher state of thinking is to use sound. if I give Syndra the headphone? Syndra, I want you to listen to these waves. Tell me what you think. The noise is vibrating in my ears. When you listen to these types of tones, doesn't it kind of feel like something changes in your brain? You feel like something comes online? Or like a fog has been lifted? If you want to increase your focus or your productivity, I would recommend trying these types of tones like while you're at work. You can put them on quietly in the background and just see how they work. I found to have some good results in just putting on this type of stuff in the background when I'm trying to do things. I find it helps me to stay focused. Feels like I'm hacking my brain. So when you listen to binaural beats work because you have to have headphones to listen to them. They don't really work if you're just listening to them over a speaker, because one earphone plays one frequency and the other earphone plays a different frequency, and then there is a resonant frequency that will form within your mind as the two frequencies overlap. Kind of like how overtones work, if you're familiar with overtones. Earbuds work? Yep. So what is happening is one ear is hearing one sound and the other ear is hearing a different sound, but then because of those two sounds and the overlap, it produces a different effect within your brain. Let's see if we can find something that explains it a bit better, because I sound like an idiot trying to understand how binaural beats work. When two tones of slightly different frequencies are played in separate ears, the brain perceives a new tone known as a binaural beat. This beat is created by the brain trying to reconcile the difference between the two tones, leading to potential effects on brain waves and states of mind like relaxation, focus, and sleep. Okay, so I wasn't that far off. I pretty much had it, but... How to listen to binaural beats correctly? Like, with headphones? So they have different types of beats. If you were to look back at these frequencies, if you were to listen to, and this is something we've done before, but I like to do it every once in a while because not everybody's seen this before when we go through the different types of beats. So let's start at the bottom. And let's go with the delta waves. Let's go with some delta waves. This is something that I would recommend listening to if you have a hard time falling asleep. Junkie said that the sleepy waves helped them relax. making me feel sleepy just sitting here listening to it. Me. Let's take it up a level. Let's go to theta waves. Theta waves are slightly higher, and these are the types of waves that your brain will produce during dreams. So these delta waves, these are deep sleep. Deep sleep. Theta waves. Dreamy. A little more active. Relaxing. If you find yourself in like high levels of anxiety or stress throughout your day, I recommend just like finding some of these relaxing tones and just put that stuff on in the background. Just have Alexa play some for you, or put your headphones in and just notice how it affects your mood. When it comes to like improving your mood and managing your anxiety, I like to attack it from every angle. Think of all of your senses. Taste, touch, smell, sound, all of it. So these are theta waves, very relaxing. Let's go up a level. Let's go to the alpha waves. Alpha waves are the meditation, creativity, relaxation types of beats. So maybe you're struggling in a creative pursuit and you want to put yourself into a more creative state. This could help to put you into that state. Anybody feeling creative? These sounds just make me want to take deep breaths. And I'd say that's a good thing. Can't get enough of those deep breaths. So these are alpha waves. So I would say, if you're just trying to chill, maybe you just want to do some drawing, you want to do some, something creative, you want to work on a hobby, that's a good wave for you. But let's say you want to have a little bit more activity. Maybe you need more alertness. Maybe you need to do some more thinking. Let's try the beta waves. I was going to try to find one from the same channel, but I'm not seeing the same. So we'll just try one of these random ones. Hey, only positive vibe. Thank you for the 9 months. Our sub baby has come to term. Thank you for the 9 months. We're just talking about the different types of brain waves and the different ways that you can put yourself into different mood states using the power of sound. You don't have to take my word for it. I would just say, just try it out for yourself and see how it works for you. Try out some different tones, find one you like. Like, I literally do this every stream. Every stream I have this tone playing in the background. It's like a focus tone. It has 120,000 plays. I'm probably half of those. Those are the beta waves. Concentration and focus. So maybe just give it a try. Next time you need to sit down and focus on something, maybe you need to study, maybe you need to get an essay done, maybe you need to get some work done, and just give it a try. Put it on. It doesn't have to be loud, just loud enough to where it's there in the background and but you're still able to like focus and think. And then they have those gamma waves. Which these would be an even higher form. It's like I feel a tingle in my brain. It's like I feel a tingle in my brain. So, why does this have an effect? Why does this do anything at all? Isn't it just listening to sounds? How can sounds actually change your mood? That sounds like hogwash. That sounds like woo-woo hippie nonsense. And I get it, because it kind of does. But what's important to remember is that your brain operates on electricity, and electricity moves in waves. And whenever you listen to a certain type of sound, your brain will start to create the same or similar types of waves to the sounds that you are hearing. This is why music that is very upbeat and very exciting will trigger those types of feelings within you, and this is why music that is peaceful and relaxing helps you to feel peaceful and relaxed. Like when you're listening to, this type of music, it's not like, oh yeah, I want to get up and dance. But if you were to listen to dance music, it's like, yeah, you would want to get up and dance. Sound has an impact on mood, and a lot of us do this every day, whether it be, listening to music, listening to a book, because a lot of times audiobooks will have like a soothing type of voice to listen to as they read the book. So when it comes to your mood and the functioning of your brain, use all of the tools that are available to you. Consider all of your senses. Sight, sound, smell, touch, taste. Is your favorite channel for this? This is a nice channel. This is a nice channel. One of the things I like to do when I go to these types of videos is I like to read the YouTube comments. I like to read the YouTube comments. I'm going to put my tones back on in the background. You never know. You never know when they're going to hit you with the DMCA and be like, oh yeah, you were playing something that is copyrighted. Most of the time these types of tones aren't, though. The reason why I love these types of comment sections is because they're normally full of the most positive comments you will read anywhere on the internet. I have my finals, please pray for me. All the best to everyone reading this. You can do it. Your future self is dependent on you. I believe in you. Now stop scrolling. You adore the good side of the internet, right? And I feel like we're on it. You know what I mean? We're on the right side of the internet. Syndra is out cold. I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this in the Discord. Isn't it pretty awesome that the two like top subscribed streamers are a black man and a disabled woman? I feel like that's really awesome. You know what I mean? Just not some regular, generic, boring white dude. We have a gif of JD Vance dancing in their room. That's JD Vance. JD Vance loves K-pop. Thought that was Mizkif. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Well. Well. Just a fair warning, now's your last chance to subscribe or to gift a sub, in case you were thinking, you know, maybe I'll subscribe to the boy. Maybe I'll subscribe to him. It's shill time. It's shill time! If you like me, if you like this community, if you like mental health, consider. Oh, hello? Oh. Sure, thank you. Casey made dinner, look at this. Salmon, cream sauce, invisible broccoli, brown rice and quinoa. Oh, that woke Syndra up. She said, is that salmon? Only positive vibe. Thank you for the gifted sub. You know what that means? If somebody else subscribes or somebody else gifts a sub, we're going to be on a hype train. That woke Syndra up. She smelled that salmon. This looks really good, babe. You did a good job. Huh? I mean, I put seasoning on the salmon and then I wrapped it in foil for you, but you cooked it. Also, you made the sauce. Sandra? She mad. She mad at me. She mad at me because I had to move her off my desk. Only positive vibe with another gifted sub. I thought that would set us off on a hype train. I guess I lied. Oops. Did they change it? Did they change how hype trains work? Because I swear that's how it used to work around here. Hmm. Hmm. It's a good piece of salmon. Hmm. Is anybody gonna match only positive vibes? Because I gotta say, only positive vibe has immaculate vibes. And if you want to be on that wavelength, if you want to emulate those vibes, consider supporting this stream. Consider supporting me. Consider supporting Syndra. Right, salmon out of 10. It is moist, it is flaky, it is delicious. We got another question. Let's take a look. You know, studies have shown that subscribing to this stream or gifting a sub or even begging for a sub in this stream are good for your mental health. People are saying this. I've heard many people say this. Many people are saying this to be true. How do I stop dwelling on the past, especially my lost youth? LOL. Well, the time that you are spending today dwelling on the past will be time in the future that you will dwell upon. Does that make sense? Like, in the future, you're going to find yourself looking back and being like, damn, I wish I hadn't spent so much time dwelling. But that doesn't really tell you how to deal with it. I'm just letting you know that that's where dwelling will get you. In those moments when we find ourselves dwelling, I find it helpful to take it a step further and take a look at why. Why am I dwelling on this? What is it that I'm trying? Because there's a reason why we dwell. There's a reason why we ruminate. It's just a fancy word for dwelling. We do this because we feel like perhaps there is something more that I need to learn. Perhaps there is something that I need to, revisit this. I need to, there's something that I haven't discovered yet. There's something that I still have to figure out. That may or may not be true. We will often dwell on things, even though they're things that we don't really have anything left to learn from them. So when you catch yourself dwelling, what I would recommend is just taking a look at why, and how is this helping me? It's like looking out at your yard and wishing that you had planted a tree 20 years ago. Like, damn, if I had planted a tree 20 years ago, I'd have a great place to sit. Get some shade. But when are you going to go out and actually plant a tree? That's a tasty salmon. That's a tasty bit of salmon, let me say. Very good. I used to dwell on my lost youth all the time, but I gave myself a perspective change and realized that without my hard past, I wouldn't be who I am today. Precisely. And also, no matter how much ruminating or dwelling or revisiting you do, what do you have power and control over? You can't change anything that was done to you. You can only change how you think about it and how you feel about it. All of your power exists right here in this moment. It's not in the past. It's not in the future. So what do you want to do today? You know, you're in luck. You're in luck. I've actually got a set of slides about this. Do we want to take a I'm gonna kind of speed run through this. I'm not gonna lollygag. We're just gonna kind of speed run through this presentation. Rumination. Buckle up, buckaroos. It's brain time. Let's talk about rumination. What is it? What is rumination? You may or may not be familiar with this term. Rumination involves repeatedly thinking about the same thoughts, which are often sad or dark. This could be moments of past trauma. This could be past hardships. This could be times that we look back on with regret or remorse or guilt or shame or whatever it is that we are trying to deal with. Rumination isn't looking back on the good times. It isn't looking back on the fun we had. It isn't looking back at the friends we made along the way. Rumination is when we get hung up on the negative. Rumination is also a form of thought looping. It's one of those types of cycles we get stuck in. It's a sort of mental replay of past events. So, what is rumination? Let's talk about it. Some characteristics: persistent and repetitive thoughts, a focus on the negative emotions and experiences, a difficulty in shifting away from those thoughts. Rumination is commonly associated with anxiety and depression. We following? Any questions so far? Any questions so far? You asked about dwelling on things, and I figured, you know what? Let's just bust out the old rumination presentation. Let's get through it. So that's what it is. And you get it. You understand it. It's not that hard to get. Why do we do it? Why do we do it? There's a few different factors. The psychological or mental factors, anxiety and depression. Anxiety and depression often redirects your focus and your attention into these types of areas. It puts us into a negative headspace. Perfectionism also plays a role. If we have too high of standards for ourselves, or if we have fear of making mistakes, it can lead into overthinking, which can lead into rumination. We look back and say, oh, why did I do that instead of this? I can't believe I did that. If I had just done that instead, things would have been this way. We also ruminate because of unresolved issues. Maybe something happened to us that didn't really give us a satisfying conclusion or a satisfying answer. We didn't really get the closure that we were looking for. And this is something that happens commonly in situations where there is mistreatment or abuse or neglect, and we look back and we're like, why did this happen to me? Why was I treated this way? We're trying to find an answer, but there might not be a really satisfying answer there. It's like, well, you were abused and mistreated because the people who abused and mistreated you were abused and mistreated. And it's like, that's just not really a satisfying answer. Doesn't really give you the closure that you're looking for. We're speedrunning this. If you have any questions, feel free to stop me. Biological factors. Brain chemistry. An imbalance in your brain chemistry, your neurotransmitters, can contribute to rumination. And this is really tied into anxiety and depression, because anxiety and depression also cause an imbalance within your neurotransmitters, and so those two are closely related. For example, one of the things that you'll see is people who are, in a very severe mentally ill state, they'll often find themselves looping on a series of thoughts. You'll find them sometimes just sitting there repeating things to themselves. Does a part of us think ruminating changes outcomes? That could be. That could be. Also, a lot of times we'll revisit things and then we will revise history. That's one of the ways that we cope with these types of feelings, is we look back at our, our mistreatment, our regrets, our abuse, our neglect, whatever it might be that we find ourselves ruminating over, and we find a way of telling ourselves, well, it wasn't that bad, or things could have been worse. We find a way of revising our own history, invalidating our own experiences. Ruminating can also be a stress response. Chronic stress can enhance the tendency to ruminate. So literally just being in a state of stress makes you ruminate more. So if you find yourself ruminating, a good way to deal with it is, how can I de-stress? What can I do to feel more relaxed? Cognitive patterns. Another reason why we ruminate is just because of the way that we think. If we have cognitive patterns related to negative thinking, we have a tendency to focus on the negative aspects of life. And this is something that could be done to us as a result of our experiences, our traumas, whatever it may be. It can trigger rumination. Another aspect is overgeneralization. Sometimes we have a tendency to draw broad conclusions from a single event. Such as, maybe you look back and you're like, wow, I didn't make the team in middle school. And because of that, my life drastically changed course. Everything changed for me because of that one thing that happened. That's overgeneralization. Another reason why we ruminate is because we feel like, I have something to learn from this. I need to keep revisiting it because there's something that I haven't yet figured out. There's a stone that I have yet to turn over. So, how do we stop ruminating? Mindfulness and meditation. Mindfulness and meditation. Two of your biggest tools in regard to depression, anxiety, or whatever it might be that you're dealing with mentally. Mindfulness practices, such as deep breathing, grounding exercises, these can help to shift your focus. Sometimes you just need a distraction. And so if you find yourself up here too much, put yourself down here. Put yourself into your body. What am I feeling? What am I experiencing? What am I sensing? Take yourself out of your head and put yourself into your body. Meditation. If practiced regularly, you can reduce the frequency and intensity of these types of ruminative thoughts. CBT. Cognitive behavioral techniques. Thought stopping. Actively interrupting the cycle of negative thoughts. You catch yourself ruminating and you say, I need to do something else. What can I think about instead? This is basically catching yourself in the act. You catch yourself with your hand in the cookie jar and you say, I'm supposed to be on a diet. So you reach for a granola bar instead. Or you go pet your dog, or you go for a walk, or you call a friend, or you do whatever coping skill is appealing to you at that moment. Cognitive restructuring, the art of reframing. So we revisit those old thoughts, but we try to put a different spin on them. We try to adopt a new perspective on them. So, like, you could look back at maybe like a past failure, and then you're like, oh, I'm such a failure. If I had made that opportunity, or if I had done that thing, things would have been so differently for me. But it's like, okay, I'm going to reframe this negative thought into a more positive or realistic one. Everybody makes mistakes. I can't expect myself to be perfect. I've learned from this mistake, and it has helped to shape who I am. And so I don't need to continue to ruminate on this negative thought because it's not helpful or productive. Can't change the past. You can only change how you think about it. I love calling out ruminating thoughts. That's a great practice to do. When you catch yourself thinking in an unproductive way, call it out. Like, hold on, this is something I'm actually working on changing. But a lot of us get caught up in this belief that we are our thoughts. You are not your thoughts. You are the being that is experiencing your thoughts. A couple more for you. Behavioral interventions. Activities are a great way to distract yourself from ruminating thoughts. Whether it be a hobby, whether it be something physical, go pet your dog, take your dog for a walk, go pet your cat, go sing, go dance, go draw, go work out, whatever it might be. Get up and do something. Don't just sit there and think about it, is the point. Healthy socialization, whether it be with family or friends, people that can support you emotionally and provide you with that sort of distraction. Self-compassion and acceptance. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would show to a friend. Imagine you had your best friend came to you and said, I keep finding myself thinking about this thing that happened to me. I keep finding myself thinking about this mistake or whatever it might be. Show the same compassion and kindness to yourself as you would to that friend. Acceptance, just accepting the thoughts and feelings without judgment. It can help to reduce the intensity of rumination. Sometimes we like to refer to this as the "it is what it is." Thoughts are the byproduct of memory, language, drives, the electrochemical activity in the brain. It comes from biological processes. It is not the self. Absolutely. A lot of us like to believe that we are our thoughts, and I feel like that's why so many people have such a hard time dealing with intrusive thoughts or self-defeating thoughts or whatever it may be, because they're like, oh no, this is me as a person. I had a bad thought. Oh no, I'm a bad person. It's like, no. No. Thoughts are the byproduct of your brain being turned on. Like, sometimes it's some weird ones, and it's just a way of your brain trying to figure out what is real and what is true. And so if you have a thought and it bothers you, that's a good indicator that it doesn't reflect your actual beliefs. Your brain was just checking. Just checking. Lastly, professional help. You know, practicing therapy, getting some validation, talking about it. This is helpful. In some cases, medication can also be helpful. You know, if the rumination tends to be really stressful or it causes a great deal of anxiety or depression and you need something to kind of take the edge off so that you can work on it a bit better. So, hopefully by understanding more about what rumination is and why it happens and how to deal with it, you can feel more empowered on how to break free from these cycles of looping thoughts. By understanding your triggers, setting realistic expectations, and developing coping skills, you can change your habits of ruminating or dwelling, whatever it might be that you define it as. If you take some of these techniques that we talked about today and you incorporate them into your life, you are working towards improving your mental and overall well-being. So give it a try. Any questions? I flew through this. I flew through this because I wanted to answer this question at a little bit of a deeper level. I was like, oh, I've actually got a presentation on that. Let's go through that real quick. Next time you have a thought that you find to be particularly bothersome, instead of reacting with emotion, which is what you're probably used to doing, try taking a step back from it and just going, huh. Huh. Interesting. That came out of my brain. Fascinating. I'm glad you found it to be empowering, because that's something that I yearn to be. I want you to feel powerful. Powerful enough to hit that subscribe button. Powerful enough to hit that Prime button. Powerful enough to consider gifting a sub to one of these poor, unfortunate souls without a brain next to their name. Consider helping someone find their lobes. Last thoughts? Last thoughts? Any lingering questions? Anything on your mind? What's for dinner? Oven baked salmon with lime pepper and dill, brown rice and quinoa, broccoli, and a yogurt dill sauce. Very tasty. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Also super easy to make. Super easy to make. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, ah. When there are 15, thank you for gifting that sub. You're a legend. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100,000. You can't end stream until you get it right or do couch co-op gaming. Uh, 69. $420. $42,069. Is it 1? So it's between 1 and 69, I'm assuming. $55. 50? 55? God, I accidentally closed out of my Twitch tab. Oops. Trying to figure out whomst to raid. Trying to figure out whomst to raid. Oh my god, PD just went live? PD just went live? I gotta turn up for PD. Alright, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. Gonna be it for me today. I'll be back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, same space. So don't forget, be kind to yourself. Don't forget your homework. What's your homework today? What's your homework today? I don't know. Figure it out. Figure it out. All right, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a great night. See you all next time. Bye-bye. Hey, good luck dealing with those 4th graders tomorrow, or middle schoolers. Good luck dealing with those middle schoolers tomorrow. Also, if you're not in the Discord yet, get in there! Okay, goodbye.